Hello, everyone. Hope y'all having a really good day, night, evening, morning, whichever. I took my Adderall at like 12 o'clock, and then I just didn't want to get up from bed. Anyway, let me get the game up. Wonderful! Stream chat. It says that the only one that's connected is Twitch. So let me reconnect. YouTube. It still says that the only one connected is Twitch, not YouTube. So I guess I'm gonna have to use the other chat for YouTube. Okay, we can get into the game now. So last time there was a we were at a concert, Clavier's concert, the prosecutor. His band was playing with another world famous artist called La Mirar. And there was a murder at the concert in the dressing room. La Mirar's bodyguard / interpreter was shot with a I think they specified it was a .35 caliber revolver. And apparently those are very, very heavy. It's a locked room mystery because we ran into the dressing room when we heard the shots fired, and we didn't see the killer. It's a classic Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney locked room mystery. Now we are defending La Mirar's forget what he is. Just a boy that's in the duo as well. I forget if he's like a singer or something. The body ended up on this this platform in a completely different area after we left to go investigate. And the little boy was there, just like passed out next to him. Very bizarre. That's why he was arrested. July 9th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. I should have written down the summary before I tried to summarize, because I suck at telling stories. Court is now in session for, how do I say that? Mati Tobiah, Your Honor. The pixie of the Arpeggio. Right, his trial. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK, Your Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No. Actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? What? That's so random. Eh? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with a most terrible disease. I forgot to put up the timer. He doesn't have long, it seems. Ah. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending?
She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey! What are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly. You're in luck, Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romain Letus, age 35, the global manager for diva songstress La Mirar. What accent am I doing today? I should just go back to the Swedish one. At least it was musical. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. Reminder that he is German. But I'm giving him a completely different accent. And that's largely because I suck at accents. And I'm not good at doing deep voices. So, this is the best way to differentiate him from the judge. Is what I will tell myself and everyone else who asks. The court accepts this into evidence. Letus's autopsy report added to the court record. Death due to loss of blood from a gunshot wound. Estimated time of death, 9 to 9:30 p.m. 45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering. Crime photo added to the court record. Victim shot in shoulder in La Mirar's room. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed. The other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. He loves his diagrams. This is where the bullet hit. I see. The court accepts this evidence. Diagram added to the court record. If we're talking about a 45 caliber revolver, oh, it was 45, not 35. My bad. We must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. Weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, the store. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots.
Talking about you and Emma, huh?
Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible! Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant Machi Tobaye. Only this defendant could have committed the crime? But how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene made it clear. Very well. I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. Your name and profession, please.
Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert room that night.
Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say?
Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder.
Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know? Oh, really? Something bigger than, leaving the crime scene guarded by a lawyer and a little girl? Something worse than that? I'm sure that makes her feel much better. Sarcasm alert.
I want to hear about these bigger mistakes.
In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please.
All right. Murderous circumstances. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it.
No, she didn't. She's lying right now. She didn't determine that at all. It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene.
But that door was the only way out of the room, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it?
Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Murderous circumstances.
The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request.
The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes?
That's right.
What was a detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert.
My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods.
Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day. You might say the stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys. That whole morning, though, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect. Oh, look how cool he is. Look at him go. Love, slow acting anew. Acquining is waiting for you.
He's singing something.
Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen, so I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. Cool. I see. I can accept that.
Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands?
Please, the testimony.
Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage.
We were let in, though.
I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you.
I gave the Fräulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again.
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now.
Gee, great.
Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off.
So no other outsiders were there then?
And then, at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots.
I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots.
You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos.
Oh, hey! No snacking in court. And you're sure the shots came from Lamiwar's room? Yes, absolutely.
Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Patonk.
Thanks. So, how about Emma?
We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that.
Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Gulp.
Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body.
Rock?
Blaring, yes.
When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days?
That's right. When we met into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They piped sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage.
Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the governors with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume.
When we walked in the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime.
If you could hear that music playing, then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself.
Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it.
How could you know something like that?
As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we both know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent.
Oh. But that air vent was too small. Could possibly...
Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child.
A child?
Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed.
And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant? The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Air Forehead.
And there is another vital piece of evidence.
Evidence? What?
Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had recently been opened.
Wait, what?
And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant Machi Tobias' fingerprints.
What? What? Order! 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 That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Air Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Urgh! Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie.
Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it out in the audience.
So this was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. Ugh. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit. I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough.
It can't be over already.
Very well. I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence, the prosecution has presented our proof, clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain.
Apollo! They've got us on the ropes already. We'd better come up with something quick.
I know.
Think. What can get us out of this? We need evidence, or a witness, that can prove Machi is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that,
gulp. Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now.
This is it. And so soon.
What save? State.
If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof?
Whoa, okay. Now this is interesting. I can either call a witness or show evidence. Let me look at the court record. Latouche can't be a witness. La Mirar was on stage at the time. Machi, Theory and Crescend. Found at the crime scene. Maybe that.
The defense is prepared to show contradicting evidence.
This should be interesting. What sort of evidence? Yes, what sort of evidence, Mr. Justice? Show us evidence contradicting the prosecution's claims.
This evidence does more than contradict. It flips the whole case on its head.
Thank you for presenting evidence that is both clear and plain, as requested. Yes, clearly and plainly wrong. I'm afraid the only thing flipped on its head here was you as a child, Mr. Justice. Oh, burned from the judge. Damn, he really got us there. My claim is clear. The only person who could have fled the scene was the defendant.
And there were no witnesses either.
I fear the defense's options are limited, Mr. Justice.
Grr! There's only one way out of this. Evidence or a witness that can prove Machi's innocence beyond a doubt.
Let's ask the defense once again. Do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now. I thought that was good evidence. Like, how did the brooch get there? Maybe the key ring? Okay, let's try the key ring. Damn it, never mind. It wasn't that either.
Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure?
Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Atropine, My Love. Atropine?
There he goes again.
That's too bad because there was a witness. Ho ho, really now? But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not?
Because I'm the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? Just talk to him and now... He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Cold. Oh, cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. What? The victim said this before he died? Perhaps he did.
Oh, perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not.
What do you mean by that?
All we know is what Air Forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself.
But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely.
It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. Irk, there's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of the witness, Mr. Justice. La Mirar. Recall Mr. Latus's last words. The witness is Siren. The siren. Aha! He meant the siren! That's right, the siren of the ballad. La Mirar. La Mirar was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There was no witness of this crime. Very well. Let's hear from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show La Mirar to the witness stand. La Mirar would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind. You can speak English. Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is so much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it. Huh? She has amnesia? Now that is something else. What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? La Mirar suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? La Mirar is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Whoa! She's even more mysterious than I thought. As long as singer La Mirar, she lives a good life. There were little difficulties for her thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's past. You have nothing to fear in this court, La Mirar. Thank you. Yet, there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything about what happened. La Mirar, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy. Ugh. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat, and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be. Wow, you just got badder, Apollo! Way to go! Grrr. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. La Mirar wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. What I saw. As for what I saw nothing. But you must have seen something. Mr. Latus named you. Mr. Latus? How can I tell you what I don't know? La Mirar! He said you were a witness with his dying words. I do not know what he meant to say, but that night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. It was a great concert.
You heard me sing. Thank you.
I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually.
Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. One on my gavel would be nice. Judge. What's this? It's my autograph. Now keep the trial moving. What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy. Apparently, his grandson is a big fan. Let us continue, shall we? If you would, le mouroir. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance.
I did not return backstage after the second set.
You did not return backstage once? Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing.
And was Machi with you at the time?
Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Machi.
Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there.
With Machi, correct? How was he then?
He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Letus's death. Yet, he is not the type to show much emotion.
Yes.
Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing.
That's because you guys haven't gotten him an interpreter. Which is illegal. I don't know if it's illegal in the world of Ace Attorney. But he deserves an interpreter. Because otherwise they're like, oh, you know, he's so silent. Like, he doesn't understand you. Well, maybe he does. Maybe he does understand English, he just can't speak it.
The questioning hasn't gotten very far. He sat there, waiting. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
How was the incident explained to you?
I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Letus died.
Of course, investigations require some security.
But Mr. Letus was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Machi and I were beside ourselves with concern.
Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you.
Yes, I understand.
Think. What doesn't ring true about her testimony?
It's hard to imagine Lamirar lying.
She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder?
As for what I saw nothing.
But you must have seen something. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize that it reset. Okay. Maybe it'll work now? I'm sorry, Lamirar, but I'm having trouble believing you.
You remember this brooch, do you not?
Why, that's Lamirar's.
She was wearing it for a song.
Here to add to that testimony, Professor...
Here to add to that...
Oh my god.
Here to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin.
God damn. But what? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime.
What?
Lamirar, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Ah, what the fuck? I love that her face covering just fucking flipped up. That's good. What is the meaning of this? Lamirar, please explain. Lamirar?
She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not going to work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. You really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred. Ah! Is she talking about that? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Lotus, can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. The witness is the siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Yipes! Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close. I looked into the room, just a glance, mind you. So this is when your brooch dropped. That explains that. It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it. But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? If we're hid. She has raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. So she looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I'd opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. Air forehead shouting, "Who's there?" No doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Oh, wow. She must be mad. With that. After saying, because blah, blah, blah. Oh, I was supposed to be live on YouTube, but it appears I forgot to hit the go live button. Oops. Well, I guess that is over. I guess I can still, go live and just pretend, Excellent connection. I am so sorry. I forgot to hit go live on YouTube. Okay. Oh! I closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Let me roar. You did look into the room, though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. I'm giving her a pretend accent because she's from a pretend country. Whoa!
Naruto CH just traded with 4 viewers.
Hello! From Gabe Koch to the Labyrinth of Yggdrasil, one tale closes and another shall begin. Sonora, Hike, and Barat, thank you. May we meet someday on an Etrian Odyssey. That's an interesting raid message. Hi, Kirana. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. And hello, raiders. I am Melody Wisp, an asexual, aromantic, agender, trans, non-binary, neuroqueer, multiply disabled, and neurodivergent Puerto Rican variety streamer. And I am currently playing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Hey, Melody, it's been a while. Yeah, it has. I'm in the middle of the first trial, which is a good place to have landed in because things are getting spicy. They're getting exciting. So far in the story, someone was murdered at a concert.
A bodyguard was murdered at a concert in a dressing room, shot with a revolver, a heavy one. And it's a locked room mystery. We witnessed his last words, and apparently this witness is confessing that she looked into the dressing room at the time of the murder. Interesting. I'm giving her a pretend accent because she's from a fake country. Okay. Let's continue.
I saw nothing. The late Mr. Letouse's body was behind the wall. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony?
It's hard to imagine Lamira lying.
She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. Ooh. Oh, wait, what?
I saw nothing. The late Mr. Letouse's body was behind a wall.
Huh? A wall? Was there a wall there?
It was in English.
A division or partition, I believe. It was a large dressing room divided into two halves.
And the murder took place in the inside half. I guess that partition might have hidden the body.
Let's check that, shall we? Look at the diagram. Yeah, I guess so. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to press back. We have perceive. Okay. So we have this, this, and then she turns her head. Okay, that's twice. She turned her head. Let me try perceive. Here again. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything's actually really changed. Pass. The raid message is both a hint as to what I want to start next and what I did on stream. Oh! It looks interesting, like it's intriguing. I don't know. Maybe I did the diagram. Man, I'm gonna run out of health. I've cleared Churro Q HD4, a racing game, and I plan on one day starting Etrian Odyssey 3. What's that about? What's Etrian Odyssey about? Okay, I'll try the diagram. Have I looked at this brooch yet? Yes. It's a dungeon crawler from Atlas from the DS era. Oh! That sounds fun.
There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped key ring, and this guitar-shaped key was the key to a guitar case. Wasn't he saying he had to break his case because he couldn't get it unlocked? I could open a lock like that in 10 seconds. Easy. He should have given me a call. So he could slap handcuffs on you after you opened it? Handcuffs? 20 seconds tops. I'm glad she's on my side.
What is the 2 X's? Oh, those are the... I think those are the gunshots. Maybe I present the diagram? Okay, fingers crossed. No, never mind. I don't know. I'm stuck. I'm gonna have to look it up. Investigation, trial. What doesn't ring true? Oh. What the heck? Okay. So I was on the right track. I honestly did not think I would have gotten that ever on my own.
The late Mr. Letus's party, you say? Yes.
You know something more about Mr. Letus's death than you were saying.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes.
It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Letus have to be shot?
What moments, Lamirar?
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Letus have to be shot?
Yes?
He was hiding something. I knew it. Lamirar, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
Eh? How could that be?
Take this! Lamirar contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it. Tell me, Lamirar. How did you know he had been shot?
Well,
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. You knew that Mr. Letus had been shot. How could you have known? Yark! Lamirar, you weren't hiding something from this court, I hope.
That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. All we want to know is the truth.
She looks kind of pale, huh?
She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so.
I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Letus had been shot.
Only a glimpse, yet you knew they were bullet holes?
Yes, I recognized them immediately. I have seen bullet holes before, you know.
You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country.
I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like La Mirar someday. I plan on recording my next album overseas. The studios have a different sound, you know. Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour too.
Maybe the diagram will work now.
Let me roar. They call you the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Oh, a put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo.
Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can't I be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Let me roar, you looked up in the door for just a moment, correct?
Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were in the wall the door is on.
Huh?
You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Yark! Let me roar?
Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it was that I saw.
Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Borginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Latouche died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamirar. Very well. Lamirar, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall.
What I saw, part 2.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was.
So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say? Ach, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. A nice play at forehead. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lamirar. What's wrong? You don't look happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. What I saw, too.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit.
So you were heading toward that dressing room?
Yes.
So this is a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots.
I was on my way back. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
What exactly is something like a little window?
Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes.
You need not worry, Lamirar. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail?
A little window on the wall. I saw the crime from there. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
You are certain you heard 2 shots fired?
Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer.
And there were 2 bullet holes at the scene. No contradiction so far.
It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. But it wasn't Machi.
It wasn't Machi who shot. Are you sure?
Yes, quite certain.
It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object?
Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking?
Lucy, let's just listen to what Lamirar has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure?
Yes, of course. You see, it was a grown person. I know it was.
A grown person? That's a little vague.
I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female?
It was a man, a young man.
And you're sure about that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
So you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Letus?
Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Letus who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice. The voice of a young man.
Apollo! This is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony?
Pretty good!
Well,
I'd have to say it's pretty good. Vital, even. This shows that the shooter wasn't Machi.
Ha! Surely you can't be serious, El Forehead.
Why not?
Lamirar, I understand why you would want to protect Machi. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about?
How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. State of the room? Yes, and when the murder took place, the window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it.
What? But I'm sure.
Lamirar, I have nothing but the highest regards for your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
So you say, and the victim named her, the siren, as the witness.
That's right. That's what Mr. Letus...
We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Air Judge.
Yes?
The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lamirar can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence.
This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Danke. Now where were we? Ah yes, I would like to hear from Fräulein Detective again.
Wait, let me hear Lamirar's testimony one last time. But the cross-examination is already over. I decided that. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Air Forehead.
I hope I didn't just miss my only chance.
Fräulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me.
I just like saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore.
If you were, Miss Sky?
I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Letus's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
Yes, there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it. That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been in there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concerts. The only one who meets the conditions for a killer is the defendant.
A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself. She does state a clear case. Though, reading that report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances? Again?
Hey, that's right, Apollo! Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre.
She's right. Why did Mr. Latus's body disappear from the room? Why was it cradling a guitar? And why was Machi there? And end up on top of the stage tower, holding a guitar no less. A perceptive observation, Judge. Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough, you get a nose for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Fräulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer?
Just drinking some water. The missing body. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match La Mirar's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant.
La Mirar's song?
Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not?
Its code?
All the evidence that they followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held on to so tightly were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage.
Oh shit. I thought it was... That's the wrong voice.
Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad.
Hello, Spiced Peach. How you doing? Thank you for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it.
It's like a story out of some fairy tale. That's the wrong voice, again. I admit, I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were.
Hey! You know I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs. But killing?
It's a wild word out there, Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next. The cross-examination. I'm not sure I'm going to be doing much singing.
The missing body. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics.
Who would steal a body just to match some lyrics?
I didn't believe it myself, but it can't just be a coincidence.
It is as Fräulein Detective says. Let us begin with the first verse, if you would, Fräulein Detective.
What? You want me to sing it?
You are the witness, yeah? Or did you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as a vocalist is not trivial.
Fine, ahem. Let's look at the first part of the lyrics, shall we? When you stole away the keys my heart held onto so tight.
Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped key ring was stolen that morning.
Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheet, where we find, burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet.
Bravo, Fräulein Detective. You're singing. It's not bad. Now for the finale. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Latus.
found with the guitar high in the sky over the stage.
He's got a point.
No series of coincidences could be so well conceived. He's right, scientifically speaking.
What would Rocky have said? That concert was whack.
It's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that. Ahem. Anyway, the shooter. He moved the body to match La Mirar's song.
Does the prosecution have any idea why he'd do all this?
You want my scientific opinion? No clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all that trouble. Some deep reason.
A deep reason?
Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts even if he had a reason. And worse if he had none. Oh, ad starts in 1 minute for Twitch viewers. The diva's complaints aside, I can't imagine someone doing this on just a whim. Fräulein Detective, I take offense at that description.
Indeed, it does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say.
Yes, this crime was planned for sure. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim.
But Mr. Latouche spoke English. He may have come to this country before.
I looked into that, I assure you.
Oh?
It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he learned English on his own.
Great.
You see, no one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion.
It does seem difficult to imagine.
Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt.
What did you just say? Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song?
Oh my god, the crowd goes wild.
Of course not, and I'm quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music.
They're even in my textbook at school.
The way they immediately believe, I know, right? And I'd never heard of them. What does that say about me?
I was just kidding.
Don't get all worked up, Glimmer Boy.
And Machi practically left his signature at the scene.
What do you mean by his signature?
The bullet holes in the wall, of course.
The bullet holes?
The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with a victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Very. And assuming the shooter could properly aim.
No, you can't be serious.
Machi! Can't see. That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in our room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me.
Think justice. What do I do now?
Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see.
Oh, how so?
Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobaya, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. Haha! Take that, smug prosecution.
Apollo?
Huh? What?
That bit about Machi being tiny? And the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it?
Oh.
It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point.
Yerk!
Cripes! Oh, God! Ye gads! I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record, if you would, Farland Detective.
Very well. The witness will add this to her testimony.
Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind.
You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that.
I wouldn't call it proof per se.
Huh?
You've merely raised a possibility. Farland Detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vents.
But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place?
Ah, a very good point. Would Farland Detective, if you would care to explain?
He certainly seems sure of himself.
Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a step ladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents.
I don't believe it.
Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobae. He would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that step ladder.
But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this?
You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what the step ladder was doing there.
Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a step ladder.
Well, forehead. Out of ammunition, perhaps.
I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood.
Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need. You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place.
Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? Huh. So the shooter was behind him.
So I think the shooter just was shot from the little window. And that's why there are bullet holes in the wall. And then they just tossed the gun in there.
I don't think I have any evidence, though. Can't think of anything that proves the shooter could see.
Your face does not exactly project confidence. Maybe you should just accept it and move on? Apollo! Grow a backbone!
Very well, the witness may continue her testimony.
Can't even get a word in edgewise. It doesn't look so good, does it, Apollo?
No, it doesn't.
What do we do?
First, we don't panic. Even though Machi's case is leaking water by the gallon, Gavin's on a roll and it's up to me to stop him.
What does that mean?
By signature, you mean the bullet holes in the wall?
That's right. Allow me to explain it. Scientifically. The murder weapon was fired twice. The shot that missed left a hole in the wall. Furthermore, there was no more than 5 feet between shooter and victim. Hard to miss at that distance. But Machi can't see. He would have had to use sound and other senses to aim and miss. And music was blaring over the room monitor. Not the best circumstances for aiming by sound. Which makes it very likely that the shooter was blind. Thus, the prosecution's position. Nothing like a scientific explanation to get the blood pumping.
Why is mine frozen in my veins, then?
Thank you for the lurk.
Victim shot in shoulder. I would love to use this diagram. Okay, I'll press again. Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, Ed Forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see. Sightseeing music. The brooch. He said that the other guitarist was offbeat. I wonder how that will play in. Maybe it's the diagram.
Nova Siri just redeemed Pat My Head.
Oh, it didn't work. I fixed that redeem earlier and it didn't work. Sorry about that. This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene? I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Oh, I just realized that I forgot to re-hook the redeem. Let me actually fix that right now. It'll be real quick. I unhooked the redeem because I was trying to fix it. There. Now it's gonna work. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you best show us the something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? What? Get your finger out of the breeze? What does that mean? Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is... the dying message? The contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstains? I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha! I get it. At least, I think I get it. Get what, Fräulein? Well,
when Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in it but his own... And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, right?
Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. There does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat! I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were the killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this? You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer? And that the killer tried to rub the name out?
What's your point?
What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name?
Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait.
Once he saw what it was?
But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Ack!
Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machi Tobaya, is blind? He couldn't have been the shooter.
Possible!
Order, order, order. Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means.
I'm using the wrong voice
For the judge, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now,
it seems I owe the court an apology.
Huh?
The Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently, this has caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner.
I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here.
Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us.
I've got an idea. Let's rock. With these documents, but before that, I have a question for the Fräulein detective, if I may.
What?
Tell me, why do you think that Machi Tobaya is blind?
Huh?
What did he just say?
What are you saying? Of course he's blind.
Of course.
He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lamouard lead him around by the hand all the time?
No way.
I have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobaya. According to this, Machi Tobaya can see perfectly well. What?
His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well.
But you said...
What did I say exactly?
Air forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was the Fräulein detective.
But that's
a significant fact, yes. Consider Machi Tobaya sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Airford had neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins at Forehead.
Arrgh!
Oh, thanks.
Persnickety just cheered 1 bit. Hey you, your model is very pretty and I really love your voice too. Hope stream's been well.
Wow, that's so sweet of you to say. Thank you. And thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the stream if you have been here for a little while. And thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And yes, I've been having a lot of fun with the stream. Even if I'm really bad at accents, at least I'm consistent with how bad they are. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk! Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize! Oh, sorry. Came in with a raid from Kira. He's lovely. Don't tell him I said that. Fair. That's no way to apologize. He's angered Trusty now. Look out.
Ahem. If we can please end the bickering. Now.
Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solve this case if it kills me.
But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendants. Don't say that.
Aha!
What?
This bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right?
That seems to be what happened, yes.
We might be able to find out what was really written here.
Really? You can do that?
That's right. With this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood.
Yes. Have we done those tests yet?
Ha! As if I'm going to tell you.
The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted.
Gotta get my water in.
Perhaps we should request it here in court now.
Right, go for it, Apollo.
Huh? I have to do the test?
You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. It's for gameplay.
A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it.
Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press A to spray an area. Here, give it a try.
The eyes of the entire court are focused on me.
Apollo, your hand's shaking.
Ugh, Garar. Let's do this. Wow, it really works.
This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot. Ha! I have it.
So what is it?
I saw those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID.
Why would they? Why? That's pretty silly.
Why would they have an Interpol ID number memorized?
Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency?
Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that? Good show, Farland Detective. Rock on. Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Damn, we got a third witness. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. 27 minutes? I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent...
Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tobai is really an undercover Interpol agent?
That would be a possibility. Oh yes, a possibility, yes. This is very probable indeed. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did Latouche know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we wait. Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobai. What are you talking about? Fryland Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. I didn't feel like it. I didn't feel like doing my job. Like, I know I'm a prosecutor and I should probably share information with at least the police. But, like, I was just being a little quirky. I was just being a little goofy. That's what I am. I'm a little goofball.
You had me until that last bit. Does this now raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see?
Exactly. It makes little sense. But do you think, forehead? Huh? Me?
Machi Tobaya pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time.
Something wrong. Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Knowing that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does this have to do with it? What does that have to do with anything?
There was a reason why Machi Tobaya pretended to be blind. The judge is saying that he's a little quirky, he's a little goofy, like I just said. But it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now.
It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? What the fuck? Oh! This, probably. Because I picked this up.
Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means... No, it couldn't be. Good show, forehead. It seems you thought of something.
Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. That is... Lamirar.
Lamirar and Machi Tobaya. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lamirar and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. He would walk all the way over there with him.
That's right, because he was blind. He led him at all times, never letting him go. All times. Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their, performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That could only mean one thing. Really?
Really, it was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamirar. What's this? So you mean to say that Lamirar is... Jeez? Yes, Your Honor. Lamirar is blind.
What?
Order! This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. This is some shit, dude. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Like, we thought one person was blind, but it turns out they weren't blind, and instead, she was blind. Like, come on. That's ridiculous. Like, mind blown. Is it now? Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. You keep calling him a 5-head.
Leave him alone.
He keeps bullying him. Yet I see it is not vast in vain. This time, he is quite correct.
But that makes no sense.
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamirar herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case?
Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. Bailiff, bring in Lamirar.
Lamirar, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. and yet I must. Please, do not be concerned on my behalf.
Those eyes. You really can't see? Really?
It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borganian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world.
So you are?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became La Mirar. Know too that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for La Mirar.
I see. Total blindness. I see.
You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of the trial at Forehead.
What's that?
I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses.
Ah.
Now, La Mirar, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, of course. Continue talking to me in those dulcet tones. Though I admit, I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a little bit lost here, Your Honor.
La Mirar's eyes.
I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would.
She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine.
But what is there left to ask?
There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me.
Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well. The defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there was only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. Everyone on the staff knew, but no others. Is that the one? Can I ask every question?
So you don't know why you went blind? I do not. I may have been born this way, in fact.
It's fruitless to attempt
to pry into her past, and I might add, it's a delicate subject.
I'm not sure we can reasonably expect Mr. Justice to do anything delicately.
Hey! Why, I oughta... Take a deep breath and calm down. What I am now is all that I have. It is enough, I think. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound.
Weren't you nervous to hit the stage in your condition?
No, not at all, surprisingly. It felt natural singing in front of everyone.
It's not something just anyone can do.
She has talent, that much is quite clear. You might even say she is beloved by the gods of music. Even without light, I live perfectly happy in my world of sound. If that is a talent, as you say, then I thank the gods responsible.
What about your PR motto?
My producer came out with my PR line before he knew this.
Perhaps your music reminded him of the Borganian scenery?
No, it was quite the opposite.
The opposite?
According to my producer, my music has a certain global quality.
Global?
Multicultural, if you will. Hard to pin to one region. When people listen to it, they picture the country closest to their hearts, which is why my music has raised so many.
What a lovely story.
It sounds like producer might have known what he was doing after all. My songs are nothing more than a white canvas. To me, the real landscape painters are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I am represented to the world so much. Yet one thing quickly led to another. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see.
Was that to protect your image as a landscape painter in sound?
That does not matter so much to me, really. But the label is quite concerned about it, I think. A landscape painter who can't see. That's like a pianist who can't play, huh?
I'm not sure you can compare your father to La Mirar.
The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Nothing is sacred when it comes to publicity. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche?
Of course, he was my manager.
So he knew, and that's what's been bugging me.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Yeah, why did he say that she was a witness? If she can't see. He knows that she can't see. So why did he say that? Why were those his dying words?
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes?
Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. He's alive. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Cold, so cold, witness.
You're cold. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. Help is on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is Siren.
Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind.
I do not know. This disc.
What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself.
Meaning what?
There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words one more time. The witness. Siren? We've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that.
Before? What came before that?
Ack! That's right, he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, Air Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Irk! Order. Recall Lamira's earlier testimony.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important point here.
The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness?
Ah! But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots! And the man's voice!
Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course.
But he was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant.
Your Honor! What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation.
The investigation?
The Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us.
Well, let's hear it.
We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche.
Why did he leave his Interpol number? Why would that be his dying message?
What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation.
So, when he wrote those letters, He was trying to tell us his own identity, and a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent, so him being Lamirar's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that .45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
Hold it! Wait!
La Miroir, is something the matter?
That voice just now. Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I am sure of it.
It was him?
You aren't saying... That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latouche, when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him! It was Mr. Darian.
Is this some kind of joke?
What?
No way.
The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamirar fingering... Okay, well... Lamirar fingering Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Nasty way to say that.
Why did they do that? That's so nasty.
Could it really have been his voice Lamirar heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey! No whipping out now, Apollo!
To be continued.
July 9th, 2:12 p.m. Right? Anything agency. Oh my god. I actually forgot how to read numbers just now. I was like, what the fuck is... What is 2:12? I cannot believe my brain is like this. How does one forget how to read time? Hey, Apollo! What? Well, you know, actually nothing. I mean, something. Or maybe not.
Out with it! The suspense is giving me an ulcer.
Well, you know, the trial today? I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it?
Score? Gee. I guess I would, or maybe, well...
I'm just as bad as you. See? It's so vague.
Clearly. Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. And the victim, Mr. Latouche. Who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating.
Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lovermar told the whole court. Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latouche, when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries.
I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around.
What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will?
I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said.
Top secret?
Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine.
Fine. Right. Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate.
That's the spirit.
A faded photograph showing one of Trucy's favorite magicians. She talks to it daily for good luck, I hear.
Ah! I almost forgot. I hope I become a famous grand magician. Oh, and I hope Apollo becomes an ace attorney. There, all done.
I suppose if you're going to talk to inanimate objects, a photo isn't so bad. A strange split box leers at me from the wall. No matter how many times I see that there, it still strikes me as odd.
Really? I guess I've gotten used to it after growing up with it always around the house.
What kind of a home did you grow up in?
I'd hide in there when we played hide and seek. You just get in, slide the sections around, and you're impossible to find.
I bet you would. I bet you would be. Mr. Charlie, the potted plant. Huh? His leaves are looking a little brown.
Good morning, Mr. Charlie. Ah! Mr. Charlie, your leaves!
Maybe you weren't giving him enough water?
No. It must be stress. He's worried about the new recruit at the office.
Hey, don't blame it on me. You are watering him, right?
It was Daddy's turn to water him this week. Ah!
Mr. Wright has been away on his top secret mission, no?
I'm sorry, Mr. Charlie. This is all my fault. I'll water you soon, promise.
There are several books of magic mixed in with the legal books on the shelves. I dusted them recently. Nothing like the gleam of clean books. That's one of those hats you pull things out of, right?
Of course. My hat's like a little universe. Bigger on the inside than on the outside.
That reminds me of a sci-fi show I used to watch.
Incidentally, my pocket is a little universe too. And my panties. And...
I get the idea. How's your magic act coming along?
Well, I've been working on my cups and balls routine.
Is that the one where the ball moves from under one cup to the other?
That's right! The very same. Here, watch. First, I put one of the cups over the ball. Then I snap my fingers. Ta-da! The ball's under the other cup.
It's not there.
Watch me pull something out of my magic panties.
Nice try.
Oh, that was a Doctor Who reference? That's interesting.
I wonder what other references I've been missing. Because I've never watched a Doctor Who episode.
Guess I know what I'll be doing tonight. Practicing! You can be my audience, Apollo.
Die. The bigger on the inside is a Doctor Who reference.
Oh! Okay, I see. Thank you.
I've seen some restaurants that set out real food to show what's on the menu.
I have too, but I noticed something strange. One time, there was a sandwich without any lettuce. Like it had disappeared by magic.
I'm sure someone just swiped the lettuce and ate it.
Wait, that sandwich? You didn't. Apollo, you shouldn't eat sample food no matter how hungry you are.
Just how hard up do you think I am? You know, that ring kind of gets in my way. Our client the other day tripped on it and fell on the floor.
Sending my ring rolling out the door. You know how long it took me to find it?
You know how long it took to calm down the clients? And in the end, they walked out without hiring us. Could you clean up a bit?
But don't you think the props give the office a festive, fun-filled mood?
I'm not sure law offices have to be festive and fun-filled.
Apollo! This is the Right Anything agency. As CEO, I want an office that says we know how to have fun.
I guess it is her office, isn't it?
Well, how about some tea? Here you go.
Thanks. That's nice. But this is not the time to be drinking tea.
That's right. We have to get investigating. Ah, that was a close call. We almost relaxed.
Relaxation in this economy? Never. Darian did it. Lamirage dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darian.
Lamirage says she's never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool.
I guess.
What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called.
Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time.
Wrong? Why?
I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert.
That's right! I was burning up the dance floor at the time.
Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darien, even?
You bet I did. He's one of the Gavineers' guitarists, after all. He's so cool.
Oh. Right. All the Gaviners have a rock-solid alibi.
Hello, Bulb. Nice to see you again in chat. How you doing?
He couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage.
But La Mirage heard him, didn't she? She heard Darien backstage, right?
Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Agent Latouche. An Interpol agent.
I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway?
Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals.
Why can't they just call them International Police instead of making up some silly name?
Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating La Mirage?
What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be.
Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying.
But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palm's coin at 50 paces.
If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something.
I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. That something being our case. The last something, I mean.
Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to?
Ha 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 ha.
Trucy? Was that another one of your tricks?
You're good? Great. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Oh.
Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grammariae.
Hey, the other day.
Eek! Who's there?
Wait, didn't just imagine that, did we?
He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours?
Hardly.
We meet again! Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that?
It's you! Uncle Valent!
Uncle Valent? He's your uncle?
No, silly. It's the great Grammariae. Valent's Grammariae. The great magician.
Yes, it is I, the great Valent's Grammariae, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown.
Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same.
I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wanted to see me.
How are you? I'm doing pretty good right now. We have about an hour left in the stream, but I might do 2 hours, maybe. If I'm feeling okay after this, I might continue.
I believe it was you who wished to see me? So be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may steer the sights, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true.
Let's ask him about the case, Apollo.
His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm.
After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle.
What? Eddie, you mean Mr. Right?
No, I mean my real daddy.
Trucy's real father.
Rupe Grammariae. Wait, Apollo, don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammariae.
Troop Grammariae? Huh? No. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life! Lamentably listless lad! Do not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valent's Grammariae. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child.
You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe, and then escaped from a high-security prison.
You said he's a magician? I open locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Triv Grammar Ye. Wait.
What, Apollo?
I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like a duo?
A duo?
Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammar Ye. Yes, Zach. Zach Grammar Ye. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shiny showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet?
Addie.
Addie? Huh? Oh, no way! Trucy's father. Once upon a time, Triv Grammar Ye included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valence Grammar Ye, and my partner, Zach Grammar Ye. And the Zach was...
It was my real daddy.
Trucy's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea.
There wasn't much point talking about it, now that he's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo.
Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least.
Not that I see daddy around much these days.
Ack, I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit.
Reasons?
2, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valence.
I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum, the first time in 7 years, I could feign not contain... What? I could feign not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. It was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing.
I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this.
That's a videotape?
Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of True Grammar Ye. Will you watch it?
Got a little glimpse of Machi. The platform is lifting. Mr. Gavin is playing the guitar. And there's something inside it that's glowing. Oh, so was Valence there to do the magic trick? And then the guitar catches on fire. The shawl, it drifts on over to reveal Lamurar on a different platform. She's still singing. Gavin is trying to put out the fire desperately. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious.
There are more mysterious things in her song going on. Way more mysterious. This Valen Grammar has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert.
Videotape received for Valence. Detention Center.
Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect.
But they don't have any decisive evidence.
Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room.
Right. The air vent.
And he lied.
Lied?
Machi Tobaya can see.
Ah! Machi!
Speak of the devil.
He looks like he's doing okay.
I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything.
Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo.
Kinda hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest.
If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen.
I think she's actually worried for me. Security guard. He stands here watching this room. His eyes when he looks at Machi are gentle. Maybe he has a kid the same age. A security camera is looking at me. Why do I feel this sudden urge to make a silly face?
Go ahead and do it, Apollo. Some levity.
The trial today.
So, what did you think of the trial today? Whew, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial.
Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win.
No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do.
Huh?
Whoa!
I reacted.
I'm glad Lamirara testified. What a great person. He even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect.
Darian of the Governors, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened? I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know?
Hey, what is it, Apollo?
No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it.
Imagining what, Apollo?
It's just, I couldn't help but feel that. I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right?
How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him.
Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because he kept making those I'm so mad faces.
Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not at all? But what if that's not all he lied about?
If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him.
I think it'll take something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi.
Machi's eyesight. So Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see, and Lamirar can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Sunshine Coliseum. Whoa! What a great day! It's perfect weather for sleuthing.
The weather matters for investigation?
Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days?
Sure. Let's get started, shall we?
Right on! Show us your stuff, Apollo.
What stuff?
Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it.
I did enough at home, thanks.
Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage.
I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer.
Then you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, OBJECTION!
Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already.
Oh, whoops. Let's examine. Look, a blimp!
Those balloons next to it have sponsor ads on them.
Let's see. Big sale, all shirts 50% off.
Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today.
It's huge! And Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday, I'll fight my first battle on this stage.
Battle?
Well, yeah, it's a coliseum, isn't it?
They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy.
Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped.
Sometimes I worry about her. Look, a massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. A giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena.
Ooh! Maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it.
Where would you even put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door.
Then I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business.
Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute.
Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me.
Is this part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut, I wonder? Oh, Blue Badger. What's that creature there?
Ooh, that's a police mascot. The Blue Badger. Blue Badger, not Blue Bladger. Why do I keep saying Bladger?
Huh? It's life-size.
Haven't you seen him around town, patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot.
I'd run from that thing even if it wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky.
I don't think you're showing true Blue Badger spirit, Apollo.
Backstage hallway.
Ah, Mr. Attorney.
Let me roar! I'm sorry about today.
There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh! You must have great ears.
Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday. But how? A concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour.
I love that name, Guilty as Charged.
Seems kind of negative to me.
Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Trucy presents the Innocent as Charged tour.
Oh, wow, we already said that, huh? It doesn't look like anything's changed. Yeah, this is the same thing. This one is highway robbery. Yep, okay. Let's just talk to her. The voice. That was quite a statement you made today in court. About hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime.
I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait!
La Miroir, is something the matter?
That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it.
No way.
As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That was when I heard his voice.
I guess Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something?
The next moment, I heard those gunshots.
Why didn't you call security?
To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Darian's voice that she heard.
Yeah. At least, she certainly thinks it was.
Machi. I met Machi before my debut as La Miroir. I was singing in a restaurant in Borginia.
And he was playing the piano?
Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see.
Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see?
No, it wasn't then. That became after a major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. Must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He was right with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy.
I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul.
Mr. Latouche.
About Mr. Latouche.
Yes. He was an Interpol agent, I hear.
So you had no idea?
Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why?
What makes you think that?
Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory.
Clouded. Right. Darkness.
The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart.
In your heart?
I have no memory of the time before I became La Miroir. I woke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was thinking in a restaurant those days.
What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light?
I do not know my past. Perhaps I have committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming La Miroir is lost to me. But I don't think you. I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me?
Do you think your past might be related to this case?
No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, La Miroir. I thank you. Machi too tells me this often when I fear who I might have been.
I forgot that I can show people stuff. Okay, yeah, I have to show her something.
We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician. Violent Grammary. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grammary made me swear to never tell a soul.
I was afraid of that.
Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know? Ah, I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something.
Yes?
When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor.
Device? Maybe you mean this?
That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought it much.
What? What did you think?
This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert.
I wonder whose this is.
We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing.
We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on?
Headset attached to Trucy.
Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo.
Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry.
For that, little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in. Over.
Why the sudden silence?
No one answered.
Don't be silly.
What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma performing forensic investigations.
You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos. Intriguing. Can I ask you about this headset, La Miroir? You said that all concert staff were wearing one?
That's correct. You need them to communicate across a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And of all of the band members, too, I should think.
The Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too, then.
They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system.
That makes sense. You'd think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here?
Do you think you could tell me about this? I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is somewhat limited. I only know what I heard or felt.
Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff the other day.
She was still pretending she could see then.
I'm just showing her everything I have. The postcard doesn't work either. Okay. Let's try moving into one of the dressing rooms. The other dressing room. Okay. Progress. Lami Roar's dressing room. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom.
What are you doing here?
Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever.
Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool.
You're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Lotus left?
My department sheet had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all.
Now we know that Mr. Lotus was really with Interpol.
We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward.
He gave you snackoos? Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct or something?
I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. You're not going to find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange?
The trial today.
I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year.
If only it worked that way.
It just bugs me to think that a little kid outsmarted me. And it makes me even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lami Roar's testimony.
You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene?
That's right! Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country?
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
The case. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case. About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics?
The guitar serenade, you mean?
I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key ring was stolen. Then Lami Roar flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Lotus's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it.
You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me. I didn't do it.
Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it?
Sometimes I worry about that girl. Something strange.
So, what did you find?
It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday.
I found it under the sofa. What is this?
Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looks familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna.
Oh, like on a beetle?
Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort.
An electronic signal, you say?
Do you think you could take a look at this, Emma? Emma? Her rate of chewing is increasing. Better back off before it's too late.
I'm just showing him everything that I have. Before I go and examine the room again. That's an Interpol issue revolver, right? Which means it belongs to Mr. Latouche. He must have had it to begin with. Sounds that way. So if it was Machi, are we saying Machi stole it from Mr. Latouche? Now that's really hard to imagine him doing. Why did they have to commit their crime according to the song? Seems like it'd be more trouble than it's worth. Maybe they were trying to throw off the investigation? That's certainly possible. But risky, don't you think? Just carrying someone as big as Miss Latouche would be tough enough. She may be a snacking fiend, but sometimes she actually makes some sense. You know, you're a bit like Mr. Wright. He always carried his badge around, too. Huh? I think he did it so he'd never forget who he was or his duty as a defender. Something like that. Pretty noble, really. I guess there really isn't a need for me to carry this around. Though it does seem to have made a decent impression. Look, the carpet's been torn up here. That's the part we did the luminol testing on in court. Loony Mall? What's Loony Mall? It's luminol. Get it right. And that's kind of scary when it comes to science. Best learn the word and not inside a wrath again. The murder weapon. So it belonged to Mr. Latouche. That thing makes normal revolvers look like water guns. Emma's so great, right? Mr. Latouche was a big man. But how about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to be about his size? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. That's one heavy-duty bouquet there. I have trouble thinking of flowers as being heavy-duty. But they call lots of things heavy-duty. Not flowers, they don't. What about a heavy scent? I think you mean heady. But what if the flowers are plastic? They still wouldn't be heavy. Haven't seen her in so long. Some good, some bad. How about you? Oh. I'm doing okay right now. I'm hungry. But I don't want to stop playing. Okay, what if they were made out of metal? What? Like a magnolia made out of steel? Exactly! Though I hope all my fans don't start throwing metal flowers at me. That's one of those permanent dryers you see in hair salons. Is that what they're really called? Permanent dryers? Here, I'm eating pizza right now. You can have some? Oh, I would love pizza. Thank you. Do I look like a beautician? I just know they dry your hair and give you a permanent... It just doesn't sound very glamorous, you know? Okay, how about a perm machine? Or you could go more simple, like permer. This isn't a bad game thinking of official names for things. Not that it makes the name look actually official or anything. A stack of presents for Lamirar. Stars always get the biggest presents. You know, you could give me a present, Apollo. Here, have a piece of candy. Gee, thanks! You must not get a lot of presents, poor girl. This was the window where Lamirar saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way. Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. Look at all that makeup. All I know is, they sure don't make for much of a clue. I guess she's not into makeup yet. I feel like I looked through the entire room already. Okay. Other side, maybe? Look! It's fruits! Fruit, Apollo, fruits! I heard you the first time.
It sure is a lot of fruit. I doubt anybody would miss a bit of watermelon.
I know. I'll make it vanish into my stomach.
Better not. They might make you pay for it. And if you have the money for that, you should probably repaint the office first.
Watermelons are that expensive?
Shrug. These could have been imported from some exotic locale for all we know. It's a poster for another show. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed.
I looked into that performance group. Turns out they're all law enforcement related too. Apparently, their serious portrayal of law and order is a big draw.
That sounds so boring. It's probably pretty interesting.
You're a complicated man, Mr. Apollo Justice. A Gaviner's poster.
How many of those did they put up anyway?
Prosecutor Gavin looks so cool on stage. You should learn to play the guitar too, Apollo. You can accompany my magic act. Ugh.
We'd certainly be a novelty act if nothing else. I'll think about it if I ever lose my attorney's badge. Look at the way those bullets tore through this thick wall. That revolver really was something else.
I wonder if someone as little as me could even fire it.
Dislocating your shoulder would kind of put a crimp on your stage career.
Daddy always has stiff shoulders. Maybe that could loosen him up.
Don't even mention it. I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it.
Nah, he doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet.
The shooter must have used that to climb up to the vent.
All this tragedy because someone left a stepladder here.
I don't think Mr. Latouche was shot because of the ladder.
You think it was Machi?
I guess. That air vent is pretty small after all. Does that prove he was at the scene? Did he escape in the time between the gunshots and us opening the door? That's the air vent with Machi Tobias' fingerprints. What's with the frown?
Can't a girl frown anymore? Is that a crime?
Ah! No, of course not! I just meant Machi Tobias' fingerprints are on that air vent. Why would his fingerprints be there if he wasn't the shooter? That's not a question I want to have to answer in court.
Hey! Wipe that frown off your face! One stick in the mud per crime scene, please.
I guess girls can frown, but defense attorneys can't. Right after the shooting took place, Lamira tried to come into the dressing room and dropped her brooch.
I think that fits with the other stuff we know. Do you think the timing of when she dropped it is important?
Yeah, something about it bugs me, that's for sure. A speaker for monitoring the stage. It was blaring at the time of the shooting.
It's a pretty old model for such a nice place.
I guess they don't care about sound quality back here, as long as you can hear it. Not that a loss of fidelity could possibly make that music worse.
Good speakers must cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo?
Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take.
What? But that's almost $600!
$5 a month? Poor Trucy. Wait till she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for a stereo.
I got awarded Trucy's woes.
That's one of the biggest, most expensive looking TVs I've ever seen.
Too bad you'll never own one.
Never's kind of harsh, Trucy.
How about for all eternity then?
Same difference.
Looks like I looked through everything. Okay, she doesn't respond to that, so.
Can I ask you about this headset, Lamirar?
Okay. Goes to the stage. Damn. am I missing? Maybe I go to the governor's dressing room? No. Okay, let's show him some stuff. What's this? You would ask me for a miracle, free of fee? Then thy wish be granted, thy will be done, thy evidence evicted into the ether. Ah! No eviction, please. Are all magicians like this, I wonder? So I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lumberum vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm used to seeing that happen. I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand. A petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert. Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course! I am like a deity, with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those flood-lit boards not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent, primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now! Lucy, you're a rock star! That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Mais non, from my illusions on mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Because the terrible occurrence happens later. Well, after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh, don't even ask. I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Grr, whose side are you on? I, Valentin Marie, now make my leave, Miss Tulsi. There's no need of rush, Uncle Valent. You should stay a while. I am afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, Crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked up through the door, normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valence Gramarye. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamare disappear. I love how he wields that scepter. Absolutely. I love the little twirl he does with it, too. He's got style. Pizzazz. And how he knows Trucy and her real father. Okay, I go back to the Coliseum. I can't present people. If I could, I think that would be the next step. What? I went to the same place twice. Go to the stage. Ah, finally, a trigger. In the wings. That song. Isn't that the one Lamira was singing? Yeah, you're right. The guitar serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh! That's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. If it isn't Miss Tulsi, and indeed it is. Uncle Valent! What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment for illusions to make sure not is amiss. The La Miroir teleportation illusion! Ooh! Should anything goes wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey, Apollo! Maybe Uncle Valent can shed some light on this whole thing for us. La Miroir's illusion. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. La Miroir's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed. The billboard prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear. Like a dream." Like a dream. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. You disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, and all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not the best thing as far as the fortunes of Troupe Camaye are concerned. So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And what well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you, why? Why? Why do you ask why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks. Troupe Grandmarie. I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Grandmarie, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort. Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifique Camaye. It was he who began the great Troupe Camaye. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of something like that on TV. Yes, several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe was a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion. That's not true! I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket? When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We own our skill as these venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise, up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grandmarie, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean... Yes, that Grandmarie. Lucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grandmarie in show business circles. No. I will see us return to glory. I, Valent Grandmarie. Valent and Zack. Our founder, Magnifique Grandmarie, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go. What happened to the jet again? Apparently, someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zack and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valent and Zack were shining stars in the Grandmarie crown. Cool, huh? And Zack Grandmarie was my daddy. Now that Magnifique and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valent Grandmarie, who brings the Grandmarie miracle back to the big stage. I'm rooting for you! Miss Josie, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up! How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? Because they're all silly. That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. Kinda feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew. You make that noise just now? Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. I'm gonna take a look under the hood. Huh. Look! This was stuck between the strings. Looks like some kind of switch.
Someone must have thrown this into the piano.
Switch placed in pocket.
Look at all the electronics. They must be sound related.
Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo? Please?
No, no fiddling. You'll break something.
If you're going to make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says.
These eggs look kind of expensive. Now that's a big instrument case.
That's a case for a contrabass, I think.
Contrabass. You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet.
It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument.
You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet.
Hey! Are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that.
That's the ladder we used to climb up the stage tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon.
Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know?
I'll never be able to climb another tower again, period.
I still can't believe we found Mati and Mr. Latouche up on top of the tower.
Yeah, I used to not like high places, now I hate them.
It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though, that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too.
Huh, no kidding.
He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know? Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled, "Objection!" over and over.
Poor guy. Imagine if that was like your first instinct is when you were stressed out. You're just like, "Objection! Objection! Hold it! Hold it! Take that!" Ridiculous. Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is the stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye.
Rue, you're getting on in years. Not much time left to make your mark, huh?
This is not how I was seeing it. So he doesn't care about what I have to show him, I get the point. Okay, let's move. Or first, check. Okay, move. Do you think you could take a look at this?
A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though.
A signal? You mean an electronic signal?
What is it, Apollo? What is it, boy?
Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found?
Oh, this?
Let me try pressing the switch.
Ouch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire!
What's the big deal? What's the big idea? Well, now we know what this is.
Now we know what this is. An igniter. This part here must work like a lighter.
It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose.
Suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo! Let's ask Emma more about the switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience.
The switch. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks.
That's you! You weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking.
Anyway, now that we know this is a remote for an igniter, let me see that for a second. Well,
Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. Transmitter, huh? Remote trigger updated in the court record. Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area... Let's see, 30 feet from La Mirage's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage.
It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage.
Form diagram added to the court record. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation.
We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then.
I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit later. Good luck!
I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself.
Igniter added to the court record. Stage maybe again? Okay, let's move on to a completely different area. Oh, Sunshine Coliseum.
What? Come to laugh at the murderer?
Darian!
That old bag opens her pie hole, and wham bam, my life goes on the chute, thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect.
Darian isn't in the best of moods, is he?
Not many people are these days, it seems.
It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out.
Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid!
Your alibi. So, about your alibi.
You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set.
That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots, and found Mr. Latouche dead.
I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage.
Your guitar playing was something else.
Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work.
There's no need to yell at me. It's not Mirar's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime.
Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me?
Prosecutor Gavin. They won't let you work?
He won't let me work, Gavin. Says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He could be such a stick in the mud.
Mr. Gavin? A stick in the mud?
He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day?
Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board.
And there was, that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that, Second guitar. Oh, it was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist is all, not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Professor
Why do I keep reading that as professor instead of prosecutor?
Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's in the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? Never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally.
Apollo! Let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Right on!
Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you.
He's very proud of his hair.
And tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened, really? You don't think I did it, right? Well... Great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping it! Don't get led astray by some siren song, hey? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself.
Let's not talk to him anymore, alright?
Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. That is so silly. Let's go to Gavin's office.
So, this is it. The Governor's head office.
It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, so that's why I am asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone.
Oh, well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like.
That's eavesdropping.
Why? We'd just be waiting. Quietly, so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band?
He'd make a good reporter for Gossip Mac.
What? A replica?
But why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Letus. Letus? Look, don't talk to me about those Burgundians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hiya.
Hee hee. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad?
How could I be? There's not enough tee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. I almost said Professor Gavin again.
Watch and learn, Apollo.
So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners, or Prosecutor Gavin, storage at the courtroom.
What do you think he means, Apollo?
I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concerts or the case. Which way to go? The case. That reminds me. Did you see the paper today?
Yes! I always read the TV section.
Good girl. How about you, Air Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song.
Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one.
It's not a new show. It's an article. News, you know.
Oh, does this have anything to do with the case?
Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with the song? Have you ever the man all the way to death row? Do you think you can sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless, thanks to the case you made today, of course.
Oh, that was all Apollo's idea.
Hey! Is that a newspaper over there too? Yes, the Burgundian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Burgundian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is a big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one on Burgundia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalist didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Burgundian newspaper added to the court record. Article about the case. It doesn't mention the lyrics of Lamirar's ballad. Lamirar's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I imagine. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum.
Lamirar was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case. Quickly, if possible. The Guitar Serenade.
I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it.
You co-wrote it with Lamirar, if I remember correctly? That's right. It was last year. I'd gone to tour Burgundia's legal system, as a matter of fact.
And that's when you heard Lamirar's voice?
Eve was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting.
Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout.
I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the He liked the book I did, and we vote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from La Miroir. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo say. It is a memory that I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean, this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history. And it's only browned, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song ever again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? This display shows all the evidence for the case. Look, Apollo! He's got 3 televisions! Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once? I wish I had 3 TVs. What could you possibly do with 3 television sets? I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality, I'm quite busy, you know? I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases. But if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once. The first 2 seem useful, I suppose. Wow, look at that stereo. To me, a life without music is inconceivable. I never turn down the volume even when I'm working on a case. That's such a huge speaker. It must be really loud. This room is completely soundproof, of course. Really? At my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on to record something. Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them, work something out? And lately, we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training. Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright, too. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang, but he put it under the plate for later consumption. You'd think a rock star could afford a fresh stick. Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's not chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavins is on the phone. What? A replica. So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lettuce. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Lettuce? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who? Us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Lettuce was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar incidentally. Oh, did she find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results they came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. Look at all the guitars. Why so many? You can never have too many guitars. They are like my lovers. I didn't just hear him say that. That's nasty. You can keep that shit to yourself, dude. They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always snatch the guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. And breaking his guitars while he watches? That might be a little too rocking. Ah ha ha ha. Of course I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man who would do such a thing to the ones he loves?
No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor.
What happened to Prosecutor Gavin, God of Walk?
What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused.
I was just wondering where the work chair in this office was.
You're looking at my favorite chair right now.
That's a massage chair, isn't it?
That is an ergonomic adjustable office. I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. Those feel great. Did I say something wrong? No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. The view is exhilarating, yeah? I sit there gazing down upon the city, writing my songs.
Try working on cases.
It is the same thing. I write lyrics the same way I corroborate evidence. It is a harmony between the logical mind and the primal spirits within.
Is it so hard to admit that you like staring at your window and daydreaming?
Ad starts in 1 minute.
And then I'm gonna take a short break so that I can get some water. Lamirar's guitar.
It was a beautiful instrument. It was played leveling for many years. A guitar befitting of women like Lamirar. How did it even end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it.
So this guitar is from Borginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamar's studio.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Ad break ends in 15 seconds. So I'm gonna continue now. So we vacuum packed it in Lamar's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think it's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. Prosecutor Gavin's guitar added to the court record. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right! What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front, and it's called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd. That device looks strangely familiar. Strange lump. This was found in Mr. Lotus's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Lotus was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fräulein. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Borginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Borginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Lotus went through all that trouble to become Lamar's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lamar. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Borginian. My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want to give my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. That looks like one of our tour issue headsets. Why are you wearing it, Fräulein? I thought it'd be cool. I could pretend I was concert security and stuff. Actually, we found it at the venue and thought you might want it. Oh no, please, you keep it. It goes well with your cape, Fräulein. Hee hee, you think so? She does look like she belongs to the stage, that's for sure. Prosecutor Gavin, about this remote. Wait, excuse me, did you say something? This remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. It's too early to show my hand now. You would think someone with such a loud voice would speak more clearly, yeah? Has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene, in Lamar's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Air Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Lotus was investigating. Hey, that's right! I've been thinking, Ed Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fräulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple too. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time perhaps. Detention center, maybe? What's Amachi is in questioning? Huh, the police must have a Borginian interpreter. That's no fair. I wish we could talk to him. I guess we'll just have to come back later if we want to see him. I guess so. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamirar is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah? That's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamirar's missing? Hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lamirar went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help worry about her a little. Okay, she's not in the dressing room. So she must be at the stage. 4:46 p.m. in the wings. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yikes, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lamirar has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. Huh? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? The guitar case. Like something's changed? Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? This! Hey, that case! Wasn't that open before? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look! Where the case closes. Something sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Let me roar! Eek! Let me roar! Emma! We have to get Emma! Lemmermore was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Sushi just clung to my arm and cried. And me? I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Hakefield Clinic, waiting room. Emma! How's Lamirar? Is she okay? You. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. But that's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her in the forehead, right? Right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Let me roar! Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? A nurse watches hawk-like from the reception desk. She glares at me whenever I talk. Maybe my voice carries? That must be a recovering patient. He keeps staring at us. What's so unusual about an attorney and a magician? Goofy. Some visitors are here in the waiting room watching TV. Murder during a concert at Sunshine Coliseum. Huh, looks like we're on the news. With his current hit song, Guilty Love is in the courtroom as prosecutor singing the defendant all the way to death row. Prosecutor Gavin this, Prosecutor Gavin that. Where's my 15 minutes? The Guitar Serenade, on sale now. The door down the hall reads X-ray room. I never did like X-rays. I don't think I'd enjoy looking at someone's insides. Spotting nervous habits is intense enough. Attacked. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew that very moment. I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. No. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps, yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah! Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass in case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. The assailant. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Lamirar? The detective asked me this too, and to her I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. Lamirar, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what Mr. Latus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity, as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a completely replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Is it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. I'm sorry, I'm not quite recovered from the attack. It looks like she's had a rough day. I'll just put this piece of evidence away for later. The Borginian cocoon. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these. It's a cocoon. So, do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I am sorry to say. I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these. There is one fact I do know about the cocoons, though. Something all in Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they would be put to death. Death? Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to? Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling. It seems I was mocked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah! So you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latus was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia is a small sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means...
What, Apollo?
There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Latouche had La Miroir marked, It couldn't be her.
Huh?
There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, La Miroir.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian.
Apollo?
Would you come with us if you're well enough?
I see.
Yes, of course. I shall accompany you.
Huh? Where are we going?
Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this.
Detention Center, Visitor's Room.
Machi, we came to talk to you about the case.
Machi.
Could you interpret for us, La Miroir?
Yes.
Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well... If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you?
Hey, you got a reaction! A big one!
Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. La Miroir, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty.
Machi?
Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of.
Have him tell us about it.
Very well. The cocoon.
What is this cocoon anyway?
The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure.
A cure?
It must cure some disease. It's a cure for incuritis. A cure for incuritis.
Replica updated in the court record.
But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Think about the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, what's Machi? Machi, you weren't.
He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little.
Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you?
Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician.
You said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape?
Well, Machi, are you a smuggler?
He won't tell me.
First he plays blind, now he plays dumb.
Oh. Not that! Not using dumb instead of mute. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale?
Real_Matt_Ngarde just Jodine hi.
Hi!
I followed.
Thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. And thank you for the redeem. If you just started watching the stream, I hope you enjoy it. And if you haven't, if you've been here for a little while, then I hope you have been enjoying it. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon for Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? You want to tell us about Mr. Lotusa's death?
This meeting's over.
Darian?
What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet? There's a call for Machi from the Burgundian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry.
Give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that.
Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving.
Darian, wait!
I never liked you, either of you.
Huh? Why would you say something like that?
So abrupt.
Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo.
He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say.
Apollo!
And there can only be one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. How long is the next trial? Let me check. Next part of the trial. Investigation. Okay. Scroll, 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 scroll. Oh, not that much. We can continue. Because I don't want to stop, so. It didn't seem like that much. Defendant lobby number 2.
Well, this is it.
Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry.
Give us 5 more minutes. We can call him back after that.
Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving.
Darian, wait!
I never liked you, either of you.
Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo.
He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. And I think I know why. Trying to bring down a little justice. What, bang!
Eek!
What was that? He is heard but unseen.
Who's not talking?
Valen Graham are ye? I exclaimed as he walked in through the door. Normally.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent?
A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Ooh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed. I will jump up on an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth.
A glamour?
A spell of sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Lucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. Au revoir.
And there he goes.
He sure seemed happy about the illusion thing.
Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower. Anything really.
So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lamira's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened.
Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed.
The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is the first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching court dramas. Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right! Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him at the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. Inflicted with incuritis? Where have I heard that before? I'll let you read the article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV Guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Let me read that before we continue. Actually, let me look at everything I have before I continue. All these little parts, it's pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out. Other than that, good thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. There. The switch triggers an igniter. Too bad. I was hoping it was for a bomb that would blow up the whole Coliseum. You're scaring me. If Emma hears you talking like that, she'll arrest you. And then she'll do all sorts of scientific tests, like splitting her hairdo into 3 separate spikes, while she stands by, laughing and laughing in her high-pitched voice. I said she'd arrest you, not me. And she's not some kind of mad I said she'd arrest you, not me. And she's not some kind of mad scientist. Did you just hear someone laughing? Sample, huh? Think they put a big enough label on it? Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yes, they might think it was an otherwise tasty multicolored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer? Sample toys when he can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. There's lightly scorched, and then there's this. It's burnt clean through. Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk. It's kind of like you after a trial, Apollo. Which part? The burnt clean through or the useless piece of junk? Wow, cold. Disease strikes closer to home than ever before. Ahem. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... how do I say his name again? Machi Tobaye, our suspected fortissimo. Right. It's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? That article said there was no known cure. Judge, let me say this. With all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it! Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. It was him? That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. No way. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I completely forgot how to do the fake accent I was doing. I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Governors. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? When to aware Air Forehead. He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Governors ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamirar, and Machi, along with a drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lamirar and the defendant, Machi Tobaya, had left the stage at that point, and the Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you.
And Apollo, you heard them too, right?
I sure did. Furthermore, Lamirar herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Letouce and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less.
Voila! A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something in here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that Lamirar was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony. Then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections...
Uh-oh, Apollo. If he declares a verdict now...
But Prosecutor Gaviner's case is airtight. Lamirar might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center?
About the case? What about the case?
You want to tell us about Mr. Letouce's death? This meeting's over.
Darian?
Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is to ask him under oath. Very well. The court finds the defendant, what was his name again? Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tabaye to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as I love you and where's the toilet. The defense would like to request Lamirar as the interpreter. Lamirar? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Air Forehead. Air Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamirar lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamirar to the witness stand. I suppose it is the first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with. If you would, Lamirar.
Yes. He says, Machi Tobaya, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well. Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? Ack, I hadn't thought that far yet.
Apollo! Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday?
How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me a moment, if I might speak.
Yes, Lamiroir?
Just now, Machi says there is something about which he wishes to testify.
Machi wants to testify about something?
Woo!
Persnickety just cheered 1 bits. Gotta go eat. Thank you for stream. Hope the rest of our week keeps treating you well.
Ah, thank you so much for the bits again. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you really enjoyed the stream. Have a good rest of your week as well. You can expect me back on Thursday playing Alan Wake 2. So if you want to if you want to tune in for that, feel free. Bye-bye.
Machi wants to testify about something. What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
Hark, the suspense is killing me.
Cute emotes. What?
What? What? Well, Lamiroir?
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo, we did it!
This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court.
Very well.
Witness testimony. Proof of innocence.
He says that word of Mr. Letus's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
Damn, he does understand English though. That's a lie. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamiroir to know the meaning of that song.
Lamiroir! Did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked.
Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead?
Lamiroir might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would?
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. He says that words of Mr. Lotus's death came as a great shock.
Whoops. Oh, I can't press. I can only perceive. He's gotta be lying here. Try again. Maybe it's the throat again, like it was for Lamiroir. I don't see how Lamiroir would be protecting the witness any more than he would protect himself if he understood what the court had been saying. He could like lie about what he was saying, I think is what they were getting at. But he obviously understands English, so Oh. Is it that? It must be this. It must be his eyes. That's the only thing that's moving currently. Fuck. Yeah. Gotcha! Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment Lamirar said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? But what are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue the charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I knows the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Yeah, she could lie about what he was saying, but I don't see why she would. Yeah, I don't... Like... She wouldn't benefit from it. Like, she might want to protect him, but... Like, what does she really get out of it besides, like, preventing him from... Well... Preventing him from being convicted, because that would mean that he smuggled... He was involved in the smuggling operation. And that would mean that he would be sentenced to death in Burguinia. But I'm not sure she's, like, thinking that far ahead. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Burgundian Daily Bugle. Bugle instead of Bugle. Oh, he read it from the Daily Bugle. You can't buy it in this country these days, you know? They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. But it's wrong, Mr. Justice. Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Burgundian newspaper. The Burgundian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Burgundian newspaper. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. I love the language you're speaking, though. Yeah, I love those glyphs. It's like... That's a pretty clever way of hiding... Of showing a foreign language. Is to use glyphs like that. It's fun. Ah, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing the questioning, yes. Not possible. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain herself. Himself. Their self. Machi says... He says... Yes? It is true I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lamirar? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then it looks like Air 4 has been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes.
No, no! I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away.
Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you going to do, Apollo?
If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness?
I understand. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song.
I feel like it won't be the eyes again. Here again. What? Try again. Dancing with hands. Maybe his lips? So is it not this one? Whoops, I keep accidentally skipping. Yeah, yep. Oh, press! I have a press.
Exactly how much did you explain to Machi? Ah, this is a question for me, yes?
This interpretation thing is getting old fast.
I told him that Mr. Letouce had been killed and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crimes of that day followed my song.
Did you mention any particular words of the song related to the case, such as heart?
Yes, of course I explained this. He was quite surprised. Yay! I knew he was innocent!
I believe he is too, Trucy. I do.
What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something?
Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. Were Machi and Mr. Letouce close?
Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together.
La Mirar? This is Machi's cross-examination, not yours.
But I knew the answer.
This is a court of law. We'll play by the book.
I understand.
When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he's really tough.
Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Letouce. Mr. Letouce was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song...
The guitar serenade, correct?
Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The steps of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the billet. This is why it could not have been me. That is, he, could not have done it.
By could not have done it, you mean...
It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day, for all those things followed the song lyrics closely. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song.
Exactly how... Oh, wait. Okay, let me press the English bit. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics?
He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love.
It's not actually.
It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood.
No, not really.
Yours is also a valid interpretation.
Okay?
No, it's my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics.
I don't see anything changing. Whoops! Okay, maybe I look after every single thing. I don't see anything changing. Pass. Not that one either. Okay, now let's try this one. I don't see anything changing. Okay, let me look at this. Nothing. Did I miss something? Oh. So that's it. It was actually La Miroir that I had to, La Miroir, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you.
La Miroir, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. La Miroir, you're protecting... La Miroir, you are protecting Machi.
That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice, and now you have Lamiwara lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English, you have to. Oh! Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little only. What? First you could see, now you can talk. And you did not know about this La Miroir. No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? How many secrets can we fit inside this witness? This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. But you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then, there is voice. Last Rufamachi, this blackboard can fit so many lies. Voice, or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Lotus had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Panel high up, I take off. Run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through that vent. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. Ow, I was trying to slap a fly and accidentally slapped my fingers against my phone. That really hurt. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. Objection! The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your priceless trust, forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds.
Brioche Betch just traded with 2 viewers.
Whoa! A double raid! Hello!
You're right, I just traded with 2 viewers.
Hey! How are y'all doing? My voice is a tiny bit gone right now. Thank you, Brioche Bitch, for the raid, and thank you, Yurarite, as well. I'm currently playing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I'm in the middle of the 3rd case.
We just learned that this little boy that we're defending from a murder accusation, he has been pretending the entire time that he is blind and that he doesn't understand English. And we just learned that he does understand English and that he's hiding something. And now we're going to question him about some mysterious thing an Interpol agent died trying to find. It's an interesting case so far. Okay, gonna continue. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Whoa, we got a recess? Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Jesus. Believe I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead and then you heard shots? Wait, what? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vents. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I open a vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Hey, he's right! Look, Apollo! Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me! A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says. Even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking, no. Well, it was worth a shot. The cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right! Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted out things with your client? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. Well, what? Tim, and here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamirar. Lamirar? Objection! What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamirar's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamirar was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? He was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamirar dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What?
I've heard no such reports. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamirar? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think. I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely that there is a nugget of truth in Lamirar's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. If Lamirar was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. This court will now hear Lamirar's testimony once more. Lamirar, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Mati is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point, I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court? Of course, Your Honor. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of gunshot and it stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamirar was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you're pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. When I don't use my brain, I do a lot better. But when I do use my brain, they get a little messy. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness? I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. Is something wrong? I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days. The one in red over there is a shining example, Air Judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Darian Crescent? I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I could try? What were they talking about? Lamirar, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lettuce.
The shooter, then.
Darian Crescent.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch, now.
Which? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Lettuce?
I thought it quite strange myself afterwards.
It is a mystery. What could it mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's, very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony.
Maybe, Apollo? In the small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch now.
And it was Detective Darian Crescent's voice?
Yes, I am sure of it.
It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Lettuce?
Apollo! The murder weapon, the revolver, was Mr. Lettuce's, right?
Yes. What about it?
Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger, because his English isn't so good.
Darian Crescent is a native speaker.
Oh, right. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was what.
All these names, all these people. I get them a little confused. Sorry.
Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it?
Was there no one else in the room?
I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Lettuce and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot.
There were 2 gunshots.
Yes, I heard 2, one after the other.
That fits with the bullet holes at the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up.
There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but...
Why didn't you tell someone immediately?
Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens.
This may be beside the point, but La Mirror isn't a citizen. Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Borginia as well. La Mirror seems awfully quiet all of a sudden.
That's strange. Could she be hiding something?
It is as you say, yet at the time... I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the window.
You were in a hurry to go where?
I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I said.
Why were you in such a hurry then?
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case.
It very well might. Please answer the question. Are you alright, La Mirror?
Yes, I am just tired. Recall what I told you yesterday, Air Forehead.
I keep forgetting to do the accents when they switch.
La Mirror suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further.
What, so he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing?
Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, yeah?
The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with your cross-examination.
La Mirror was attacked because of his testimony.
I know she was, so something's gotta be hidden here.
Maybe there's some detail we're missing?
I guess we'll just have to get her to fill in the blanks.
Right!
So you remember a part of their conversation?
Yes, the conversation between Mr. Lettuce and the detective. I remember it quite clearly.
Okay, so it's not that. I mean, I do have a switch. So okay, yeah, I present that.
Press the switch.
There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words.
Oh, yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights.
True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage?
Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lamirar heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, well, for a head, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert form. The stage is quite far from Lamirar's dressing room, not to mention that the Gaviners were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud. Oh, the detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So, too, have Air Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me, you heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why is that? What? What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually. They're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. The Mirage said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert form. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lamirar heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
You're claiming this is the switch in question. Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do you know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh, I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this? What is the switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what the switch is, and if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changed this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what the switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is? Professor again? Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying... Whoops. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yow, wow, wow, yow, 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 yow! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah! Exactly. That night of the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Burgundia from Le Mirar. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Air forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Le Mirar. And the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really, it seems pretty simple to me. Air forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes? The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah! That's right, of course! The guitar caught fire during Le Mirar's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this, specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Whoops, that's the wrong voice. Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballet performance, the second act. What? Order, order, order. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look! The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Air Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way. Order, order, order! That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection!
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead, when I pointed out several times no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamira have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamira's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. Well, what if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch, and near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamira heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lamira heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lamira able to hear the voice? She was somewhere else. It's divine hearing. Window was open. She was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. As I was saying, Lamira could not hear the voice through that window, so there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. Why is Gavin so hot? To memorize the viewers. It makes people stick by the stream. If he's pleasant to look at, then people will be like, oh, okay, I'll watch the entire stream just so I can look at Gavin the whole time. That's where they get you. And here I thought you in good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you in good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? Lamira clearly states that she heard the voice through that small window. And there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lamira heard the voice from another room. From another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. You heard it from where? She was in the vent the whole time! No. The kid already said that he was in the vent. She was inside the guitar case! Right here. I mean, this is where her brooch is. Does this look like a small window to you, Mr. Justice? The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window on our society. Oh, he's spitting facts. I didn't ask you to point out a window on society. I want a window on the crime scene.
I mean, the only other thing is the vent, so I'll choose the vent. This is where Lamirar heard that voice from. But that's no small window, that's the air vent. What did she tell us? She says she's a Borghini and unfamiliar with her language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you have done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous into ludicrous. So Lamirar was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Air Forehead. Ah, nice Princess Bride reference. Okay, what about it isn't logical? Ha! It hardly merits saving. Why would Lamirar be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it Lamirar? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit, it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I fear that prosecutor might need himself an interpreter. Ark. The problem here is words. Lamirar, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Order, order. I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of this crime? Yes, in fact I was. I am sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure. I can't. May I remind you this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Above the ceiling. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. Wait, this ventilation system is real big. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. Oh! It was in the middle of her performance. This was the magic trick. The illusion that was that the magician did. She had to go into the ventilation system in order to appear on the other side. That makes so much sense. Okay. It was in the middle of my performance. I have no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance, so this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, Air Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. Above the ceiling? Could you be more specific? I cannot. Because you're bound to secrecy. Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more. Doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. I had heard there was a small window there before. By small window, you mean the air vent? I only remembered what I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet.
I cannot see the lights coming through the window, of course.
The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly.
So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard this voice coming from the room.
Darian's voice.
I knew something terrible had happened, yet... It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard.
So without a word, you just let the third set start?
After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner.
Yes, perhaps I could have.
I see little
points in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing completely unaware.
Singing without a voice. If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lamirar to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere.
I want to hear what all she has to say. As to why I was there, I cannot say.
You heard the gunshots during the second set, during your performance. You're quite sure?
Yes. Why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times.
Yes, you did. But you never told us why.
I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it.
Unable or unwilling?
She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do?
We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she is bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it.
But how are we going to do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She could have been up above the ceiling, too.
Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too, and maybe I've got the evidence to prove it.
I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Exactly who bound you to secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is all right. It is just a name after all. It was Valant Grand-Marais. Perhaps you know him?
Valant Grand-Marais? What?
You mean Uncle Valant?
What? Valant Grand-Marais? Who's Valant Grand-Marais?
A grand magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert.
Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamirar is bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it?
Present?
How about this diagram? Damn. Never mind. Maybe I choose a different statement. Yes, I went quiet because I was looking at the walkthrough. No, I will not apologize. I need to get the stream moving, and if I'm stuck, then I gotta do what I gotta do. Okay, it was this. Lamirar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Yes, it's all right here on this video.
given like a little outline for where the vent is, right there, underneath her feet. As we can see, Lamirar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Oh, though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamirar was incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time, she moved to the back of the form. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets. It's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the form. Ah! Recall Lamiroir's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lamiroir knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. You said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the vanishing act, of course. Yet I had no idea the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lamirar to secrecy. Well, Lamirar? I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes, it's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lamirar was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Ugh, why do I get picked on? It's Lamirar who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo! The Big Illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the form on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamirar is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. Oh, whoops. Press. How did you proceed along this route? Oh, why, I walked. But you arrived behind the form much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lamirar. You rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What vehicle? Ah, what a novel idea. I like it. Yeah. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Haha. Yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. If it wasn't a vehicle, what was it? You had me going for a little while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part? Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? Did everyone in the concert know about the trick? Concert staff? Not all. Only a few that were there. Not all. Only a few that would needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So, not many people knew about the magic trick. What were these stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs was locked, but once through there... From there, one could enter the form on the opposite side from the stage. So when you came back out, you were behind the audience? Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Valent for you, the old Grandma-y touch. But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible? That's the part I don't get either. Yes, it would be hard to get so far in only 20 seconds. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lamira disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? Evidence explaining the discrepancy? Lamirar, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Oh, she has the brooch. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a little bit later. No brooch. What? The brooch is gone! What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds, and it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamirar we see before the vanishing act and the Lamirar we see after are two different people. What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamirar, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order! Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right? There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamirar was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who was his replacement, Lamirar? Quite the man behind the illusion, Valen Gramari. It was Gramari? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing.
Yes?
The switch happened before the tower arose, correct? So you weren't on the stage.
That's right.
But this, fake Lamirar is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true.
Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
Ha 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 ha. The Governors aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein.
Oh? You mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamirar?
Very well.
Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony.
I had to keep singing even while I moved.
You were singing?
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right, when the shooter and victim have heard? He was singing right over their heads after all.
That is right.
Are you sure?
You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state?
I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamirar is singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lamirar singing over the speaker. There would be latency. So... it could just be like a second of latency, to be honest. Like, it could sound like reverb. Ingenious. Her voice was hidden by her voice.
Lamirar, I've just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song stopped?
Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice.
Forehead! That mixing board I lent you, where is it?
The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks.
Oh, this! I'd completely forgotten about it.
Let's take a listen.
The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. Oh. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamirar's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Kristen could have done it.
He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Fascinating. I I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Airforehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet is it entirely based upon Lamirar's testimony?
Yes? Is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say. What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
But you have no proof.
All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man? You don't mean...
Yes, though he is a friend and a band member, Daria and Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way.
As someone with a new perspective on the case?
As a suspect, to be frank.
Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Daria and Crescent, get ready for justice. It's justice time. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. And then he justiced all over the court. All over it. My voice is blown, so I think this is a good time to, yeah, this portion, the next portion is, the last part of the trial. Thank you, Unicorn Turtle. Same to you. Time to end the stream. Just checking to see how many we have. Thank you for stream. Thank you for sticking around. We are at 481 followers too. That's really cool. I love that for me. Okay, let's see who is online that I would like to raid. How about the Space Jace is playing Sonic X Shadow Generation. That's fun. Follow me if you want to follow. Some of my streams have been a lot longer lately. I'm happy that I've had the energy to stick around for so long. Anyway, goodbye. I'll see y'all on Thursday for Alan Wake 2, which is really fun so far. Bye-bye.